Not quite sure what I'm looking for, but I'll know it when I see it. Probably. Alright. What the hell was I doing last time? Lying around with a whole pile of stuff, apparently. Really should get some frigates. You know, other than this one. Also, I was thinking, gonna reassign skills. Don't think I quite need the missile spec. There's another thing here I'd like to have too. I'll probably end up switching back to what I had once I've got a colony set up. For now, the hull restoration is going to save a lot of money from fixing the ships that explode, and it'll also be, or let me be a little bit more careless with letting ships die. That way I can just throw them at the problem, as long as I win at the end. And there's also the makeshift equipment. Help stretch out those supplies a bit. Inventory is kind of full. I know exactly where to go to fix that. Right over here. So I do have a pretty good reputation with the Tritax. Guess there's no reason to sell stuff at full price. What are they gonna do? Arrest their best customer? Maybe they will. But I'm gonna do it anyways. System bounty for right here. Haven't seen too many pirates though. And there's some. Would have preferred not to drag the battle station in, but fuck it. Pretty sure I can get it done. And if not, that will be a valuable lesson. Launching the breeze at him. He missed though. Good attempt. Now he's launching me at him. That's all the supporting shields. Better tank at that guy. Is going in close. The big section down. Now the rest of it. get these guys too. Lots of little rocks around here. Chopping him down. That was nearly bad. Good thing I missed both of them. I think Nova Maxios is still paying pretty good for metals right now. Yeah, second best. Go offload all of that. Get that to scanning. Probably also want to pick up some fuel. We're pirates. Might as well. Yeah. Send in one big guy. Where should I go in? Yeah, I'll go in. Just a bunch of cruisers. That's all you need. Gonna get that eagle. Even if I have to plow through all of these guys to get to him. Not much of him left now. And it's all of them. Despite all those blueprints I sold them, they're still not doing well. And things don't change. Alright, that's taken care of. Now the fuel. Not hostile with hegemony. That you get it, it is. Should start looking at where I want to go after that. Pirate base over there. Bunch of bounties up over here. And another pirate base. Although, I'm doing pretty alright for cash. Probably don't have to worry about it. Maybe I just start down here, go counterclockwise. As far as I can go. And by that I mean as far as I can go before the cargo hold fills up. Really should sell some guns. Gonna go down to 20 for the ones I want to keep. And that's good enough for now. Grab the fuel. And some more fuel. And time to get out there. Over to the Gorillas Nebula. Be a lot faster if it wasn't so stormy. Seems like a nice place. Ish. No green planets, though. Not that I need one. But it is helpful. A free legion. Have to scrap one of my other ships and it would take up all the extra crew I have. But I could do it. Eh. Leave the room open for some more wacky shit instead. You know, like another 4 Anubis or something. And again, probably have enough of those. Not sure what I'd add. Did want to get rid of the Ventures. It would give me 2 slots for more ships. Maybe 2 Hyperions. Would give me some frigates to play with. And the Hegemony's angry at us. It wasn't me though. I think that's a trinary system. Nope, just binary. That other one's pretty close though. Those 2 are part of the Ling system. Just a bunch of space clouds around a very spicy gas giant. I was just hanging out in the Corona. It's a research station. I want it. And they all just kind of buzzed off. Newest class experimental cruiser blueprints. I can print them out now if I want them that bad. Atlas class super freighter blueprint. Something over there. Couple of ships floating around. Lieutenant Second Gula. Wonder what happened to first. If only I had helmsmanship rather than one of these two. But he does not. Irradiated dust ball. So the remnant's house is right there. Let's schmack it. Oh, it's one of the two that I know is still here. I think it's roughly the same distance as the other one from the core worlds. I'll let it live for now. And another one. Small fleet. Send in the clowns. Well, they seem to be winning, but they're not doing it very quick. That ain't good. Alright. Clown down. Go help him. Wish they were a little bit more willing to go all disco on him. Maybe more aggressive officers would fix that. Maybe. Kinda need more supplies. See if I can split those guys. Surprisingly easy. You're not all gonna be like that though. Grab him. I think I still spent more than I got. Maybe next time, one Odyssey. Against the tiny fleets, not against this one. Yeah, we'll go with the Furies. There's the Novas. I was pretty sure there were 3 of them, not 2. Don't know where it is though. If it even exists. Still haven't seen the 3rd one pop up. Starting to think it does not exist. One. Second one is going that way. think those guys have it handled. It's not looking super great. I'll trust him. Interesting maneuver. Let's see how that goes for him. Answer: not very well. Guy's still over there slowly winning. For a 20 deployment point ship, I think 2 of them would be enough. So I guess it is 2 no captain ships versus, I think that's an Alpha Core. 8. Yeah, I think that is. And now I have the Alpha Cores. Three on 3. That guy's not winning. Just has to stall though. Don't think he's gonna do that properly. Or maybe he will. Slowly beating that guy to death. There's one. And there's 2. Ram him. Or don't. That's fine too. Class 5 survey data for an arid world. In the same system. Right there. There is no weapons cache, but Star seems a little gassy right now. There's their house. It's a nice looking marble right there. But how nice is it? Not that nice. Another combat drone replicator. Bird 1. They're on to me. Somewhat beefy fleet. No radiance though. It's a lot of little triangles. A lot of phase beams you've got there. shit. Did not pay attention to the flux. Engines down. Not good. Okay, engines back up. They're all forming a defensive meatball. Works for me. Time to fork 'em. Slowly getting pushed back. Now we're turning into meatball. Terminator drones are really screwing with the mines. One of the Furies just got blown up. That guy's getting surrounded. This guy's fine. Damn, he's good. That her Fury got slapped. More backup. Not the best place for it to be dropping though. And I accidentally overloaded its shield. I better fix this. There we go. Keep forgetting, friendly fire isn't. Want to get that guy so bad, but I'd get tickled to death doing it. These guys might be getting overwhelmed soon. Get him. There we go. And I got tacky on by my own guy. Fair enough. Everyone else seems to be doing fine. Guess it's cleanup time. How the hell did that happen? One of the Anubis got cornered. Better not lose before we get there. It's not looking good. Damn. And that's that. It's 2 Furies, 2 Anubis. Not surprised from the Furies. Disappointed with the other ones though. Probably have to rethink the loadout. whopping 16 machinery. I'll go into, just in case. Lots of tiny guys. And despite how tanky the Odysseys can be, all it takes is getting surrounded and they have no idea what they're doing. You know, like right here. Doesn't seem to be too much of a problem. Only the one dangerous one left. Give him the old spin. See how he likes it. You just can't get enough of that sunshine. Not sure why. Better be something good in that cache. Couple of blueprints. Not the worst. Get on out of here. Radiated, barren bombarded, and barren. Get the feeling this one ain't it. Long way around. Right. This one, not it. If I had to guess, probably gonna be one of these orange stars somewhere. Just don't know which one. Not a red. It's relatively close to the core, so just gonna leave it for next time. Saw some sensor contacts for a second, and then they disappeared. It's not that one. Ruins. Not much in them. Relay, nav buoy. negate. Don't think there's gonna be a habitable planet here. But that one's not really the make or break. It's nice to have, not necessary. Bunch of rocks. Some widespread ruins. There's gotta be good stuff in that one. Eh, not really. Grab that nav buoy. Weapons cache and a research station. An occupied sleeper pod. What's inside? Administrator Casey Sideris. I already have the other one that I'm also not using. Don't want too many people on the payroll. Refilled? Yeah. Next constellation. Era Tartarus. Like to get all the way up to the corner, but kinda going through the supplies pretty quick. This call from said gamma. So this one. Yeah, dude, sit tight, I'll be right over. Surely they've not died already. Oh, there. Accept calm request. Thank the stars you showed up. Our tanker had an accident. We don't have enough fuel left to get back to the core worlds. Need 30 fuel, and we'll gladly pay you 4,500 credits for it. Yeah. Just take it. Spread the good word. Yeah. Word's already as good as it's gonna get. Maybe I should have traded for crew instead. Not much going on around this beautiful marble. Seems about the same for this one. Now that looks like a habitable planet. Comms officer calls for your attention. Sir, you're getting a comms request from the surface. It's a weak signal. Sensors takes over the report. Picking up a small power source. Large central structure. Earthworks, not military. Some kind of art? Ceremonial? Underground habitation and fields. An attempt at farming. There's no colony here on the chart, sir. Not pre or post collapse. Well, let's find out what they want. Oh. Blessings of Lud. Thank Providence you're receiving. We're a community of faithful settlers who were led astray from the true Church of Galactic Redemption. He clasped his hands together. We wish now to repent and to return and beg the Holy Church for forgiveness. How are you doing all the way out here? We were followers of Realizing that he's falling over his words, he takes a moment to collect himself and begins again. We believed a new revelation had been given, like that revealed onto Lud. Our false prophet claimed to hear a choir of angels, and the song told him that a great cleansing would fall upon the sector. A war between angels and demons to end the world. Any who did not follow our exodus would be destroyed by the wrath of God. So we followed him, a handful of hundreds, to this place. Though this world is rich, it was no paradise. And the demands of our false prophet became bizarre, unreasonable, impious. He grew rough at any questioning, claiming the angels commanded him, and then, there was an accident. Brother Falkeller looks aside, avoiding the gaze of the comms. I pray that his restless spirit might find peace now, which it did not know in life. I see. That's an unfortunate course of events. Brother Keller bows slightly, hands clasped. Yes, our poor fortune is punishment for our foolishness and faithlessness. Yep. How many do you need to transport? There are 198 of us remaining, Captain. The man looks up, hopefully. Some of us has spacefaring experience and other useful trades. We could work as crew during the journey back to the core worlds, if it helps. Sure. Just, maybe don't put these guys on the phase ship. They might not like it. Blessings of Lud upon you, sir, the Luddic brother says, effusing about redemption and the like. You managed to offload him to an adjutant to make arrangements. Ops gruffly coordinates shuttles with the planet-side heretics. They are a thin and subdued group, nearly starving despite the lush landscape of Delta Para Tartary II. Or just two. Whatever you want to say. Anyway, due to their former prophet's lack of preparation. If nothing else, perhaps the church will appreciate the return of a lost flock. Actually is pretty nice. Be a bit nicer without the pollution, but doesn't have any transplutonics, so soil nanites can go in here. And the hazard rating is pretty low. 100%. Could be 75, but no such thing as a perfect rock. And what about this one? Pretty solid, actually. The only thing this system's missing is some source of volatiles. Then it'd be perfect. Well, plus or minus like a crypto sleep ship and a coronal hypershunt or whatever the actual name is. Speaking of, coronal hypershunt is always next to a blue giant. Or at least I think it is. there's only the one here that's within 10 light years. Keep looking. It's not like I have to have all my planets in one spot. Does kinda help. But as long as they're close enough together, it'll be good enough. Though I do have a lot of sector left to look at. No reason to decide so soon. Got less than 1,000 supplies left. Still a decent amount of fuel, but maybe not if I go all the way over there. Going back in. Take the space highway there. Saved a little bit of fuel. And a whole lot of time. Pirates. Best place to get this is over on the planet that the people don't like me very much at. Although, the next best spot, over on Asher. Do have to go back over there anyway. I did promise all those people. Things aren't going great here. I'm sure they'll be fine. For fuel. Yeah, too far away. I'm guessing it's gonna be Syndria though. Pretty much always is. Think about it. I could just go rob the hegemony. Done it before. I can do it again. Your fleet approaches Asher. Apocalyptic dust storms cloud the cruel sky, turning the sun first blood red before rendering it a directionless glow, which offers neither warmth nor comfort. The needs for absolution spills from the mines, is forged in refineries, and then is assembled in orbit. Asher's virtue of industry is yet the church's secret shame, spoken of only circuitously in sermons given by particularly spiritual curates. Your fleet transmits identification codes via the transponder. You're soon granted docking clearance. Arrived at a colony controlled by the Church of Galactic Redemption, suitable for offloading the ludic heretics you rescued from the fringe. Yeah, sure. As promised, you allow the lost heretics to disembark. Their shuttles are met by a serene curate backed by a pair of frowning Knights of Lud. Curate welcomes the refugees as they bow, hands clasped, or fall to their knees in repentance. Though the church now shows a face of reconciliation, the Knight Inquisitors will surely come later for a full accounting of their sin. I'm sure they're reasonable. Either way, none of my business now. Doesn't hurt to have a bit of a backup crew on board. Alright, next up, Syndria. Really, keep forgetting to check the bars. Has a bunch of food, wants to sell it. Nah. You have a big old surplus, but it's not terribly in demand right now. $96K. Not terribly much. At least not for ships. Think about it. I did want to tinker around with some loadouts. Do that first and decide if I want to order anything. I want to give these guys a proper weapon. I feel like auto pulse just kind of pops out the flux, and then the ship doesn't really know what to do. But maybe I'm wrong. Let's test it out. Not gonna give it a mirror match. What's a good test subject? Dominator. These guys have a pretty good damage output if you stand in front of them. We'll see how he handles it. Topping out the flux, but he is capable of getting his shield down. Alright. So, sorta works. Ish. Just really wish there was a way to cram even more flux distributors on here. But there is not. What else could I stick on here? Could give it attack lines. Or a good old high intensity laser. But yeah, maybe that one will work. They tend to like to sit back and let the fighters do their thing. Spamming salamanders. Same target. Generates more flux than dissipates. But he does stay at a distance. All it takes is a little bit of the beam on armor to shred it. And once the armor's gone, the PEDs will take care of it. You know, kinda like that. Especially if he just charges forward and doesn't even try to shield. Alright. I think I will make that change to the other ones too. Not quite sure what I was doing with this one. Oh, right. Ran out of paladins. That's why it's like that. And the Furies. These ones also have the problem of, well, they just keep dying. Don't like it. What to do about that? Well, probably a good first step would be giving them built-in systems. But it'd be pretty short on story points after that. Maybe just have them be more supportive rather than offensive. Wanna test something. Phase lances go that far. However far away that far is. In comparison, gravitons go about the same distance, maybe a bit more. You should keep the long-range laser. Or should he? Maybe he's better off without it. Field conversion front is kinda tempting. Now he's not always leaving his ass exposed. Theoretically. Test it out on a bunch of Shrikes. does seem to be working. He's just gonna slowly win this one. Let's try same test. Phase it instead. Change all the other stuff. Maybe get rid of accelerated shield. Maybe also auxiliary thrusters. Since wherever the ship is pointing is where all the business is. It's kind of important. It is 12 points though. Is better at killing them. Flips around a lot faster too. Switching targets too much. And then he does stupid shit like that. Just the first one he took out so quickly was a fluke. Switch it back over to Gravitrons. Or Graviton. No R. Is it Graviton? Graviton. Hell if I know. Thing I just realized is, doesn't kill these guys super fast. And once their shield is down, they're basically made of glass. Damage is not terribly high. Although I guess these ones do have officers and a couple of S-mods. It'll be tougher than the standard one. Yeah. Definitely one of those things where, if you can afford to just throw 20 at him at your enemy, great. But I'm not really in that position now, am I? Although, I do have another save where I have a couple of them. They tend to die a lot. But they are helpful. Especially like in smaller stuff. Gonna leave this one as is. It's probably good enough. Alright, another thing I wanted to do, get rid of the missile rack. Don't really use it that much. Yeah, especially against the stronger stuff like remnants or fragments. Stuff like that. Having the large energy slots is very nice. Take a distributor on here. Alright. Grab the fuel. Get back out there. Maybe a few extra supplies too. At a healthy markup. Alright. Where'd I leave off? Just finished that spot. So how about I go over here? It's a Fossor. Been pushed around by the star. No, now that you mention it, there are a lot of nebulas. Also, unfortunately, this one was a little disappointing. But it is a good name. Oh, straight down. Go to the space highway again. Not quite going the way I thought it was gonna go. Gotta be part way there. Pirates. Start bounty for this, please. Doesn't seem like it. It's a Terran world over there. Not really doing any restrictions or nothing. Honestly, my questionable choices of fleet composition is enough of a restriction as it is. Oh hey, that is a nice rock. It'd be nicer. Yeah, I think I take the other one I found instead of this one. That other one didn't have any transplutonics. It also didn't have high gravity. Wonder if these guys want to buy some food. And since there's no bounty, I will rob them. But I won't blow up the station, since I'm generous like that. I giveth, and I taketh. Then I giveth again. Always keep him guessing. Now this one's gonna have some good stuff. Fingers crossed. Rocky Metallic, Baron, Baron, and Baron. Darn. Might still be some good stuff. Can do all kinds of damage with a big bundle of fuel. Just have to get creative. Just be careful not to get too creative. Alright, Blue Giant. If there's a hypershunt over there, I might actually consider colonizing that planet I mentioned earlier. Should probably actually see what its name is, rather than just calling it that planet. Delta Para Tartary 2. That's gonna need a renaming. Oob. Don't think there's a hypershunt here. But I haven't looked so thoroughly yet. And not this one. Would have seen it by now. Alright. Could go high, could go low. Going low. Probably could have kept going. Definitely should have kept going. This one's big. Something over there. Another probe. Location of a domain era survey ship. Or where it is. It's right here, you say. Last seen by this probe orbiting a volcanic world in the Sawwell star system. Good to know, I guess. Forgot the second salvage. Like second breakfast. Gotta have it. No defenders. Surprising. Nothing too exciting so far. But that is a tundra world. Those are usually pretty good. Not always, but a lot of the time. Well, it's cold rather than polluted. Still not ideal. What are pirates doing here? No matter. Send in the fast boys. Might not be fast enough, but we'll try, damn it. Bunch of them up ahead that got away. Or no, that's just the ones I'm seeing literally right now. Back here, damn you. And that's all of them. No frigates required. Never mind, that's a lie. 3 of them got away. The frigates do require something something. Didn't need it anyways. More stuff hanging out by the jump point. It's a probe. This one actually has defense. Actually, send in the clowns. Or the meatballs. They do have that high intensity laser. Oh, that was pretty quick. No fan around the ring. Oh, next system. Pay no mind to the mysterious signal. Check the other side of the stars. Nothing. Pretty big one. do a loop around. Been slipping today. Keep missing the scavenge. That one over there looks, kinda spicy. Gotta be some good stuff hiding there. Quite a variety of planets. Gas giant, barren world, volcanic world, that are barren, barren bombarded, and a tundra. Oh. The crypto sleeper, Tantalus. Your fleet approaches a domain era cryosleeper, left from the initial domain exploration of the sector. This is one of the massive vessels of legend, which transported millions of human emigrants from the core systems of the domain, out into the great frontiers stretching from the Sagittarius Arm across the Orion Spur. Judging by the weak but stable EM read on the sensors, many of the sleeper caskets remain viable, even after so many hundreds of cycles here on the wild shores of Perseus. And there's that big old thing in the way. We'll blow it up. And by we, I mean you guys. You got this. Got him on the back foot. Only a matter of time before he's cornered. What you doing all the way up there? It's kill time. Go. Got him at the sandwich. still not through the armor yet. They're getting there. Armor's gone. This will be done soon. Job well done. The long-haul cryosystems were built to last for centuries of interstellar travel, so it's no surprise that most of the pod support machinery reads as functional. While safe, sleeper revival is beyond the capability of your fleet. A colony established within 10 light years of this location could benefit from a huge influx in population, if it built facilities to awaken long-haul sleepers. Your executive officers cautions that it's unknown whether having sleepers make up a large percentage of colony's population would cause any physical or psychological issues down the line. How bad could it be? Alright. You just have to find a planet within 10 light years of here that's worth a damn. That one that was over there is just out of range. Carina Nebula's within range. Most of Kusa is also. But let's start with the one I'm at. Plentiful volatiles. Low grav, no atmosphere. 2 good planets. Good if there's any restrictions on the... shoot. I don't have one. Can I preview it? Right here. Only requirement is gas giant. So it'd be good to go on that one. It would boost it up from +2 to +5. That would be a very lucrative planet. Well, not really, but it would be a lot of volatiles. Extreme heat, no atmosphere. So Even better than the last one. How good is this one? Not great. But I could use soil nanites. And I could counteract the cold with a fusion lamp, if I find one. Doesn't have any pre-installed stable location items, but I do have 3 spots. So far, this is looking like a pretty nice system. Won't find a better one. This one's it. Let's keep looking. Gonna go all the way up to the corner, and probably call the stream there for today. Probably won't take me longer than like half an hour, so not a terribly long stream, but been feeling low energy. Sentinel gantries. Alright, I didn't find those this run through so far. I guess I know what's right up over here. Well, I think now would be a good time for a short break. Go refill my drink. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me just have a nice big sip of my drink. Get a feeling there's gonna be a lot of talking. The bitterly cold surface of Sentinel rolls beneath you. The poles locked in endless winter. Only lucky arrangements of weather produce marginal habitability in small regions. And indeed, there is a weak radio signal detectable in the midst of just such a conjunction. It transmits a weak transponder signal in Hegemony Standard Protocol. An old code, but it checks out. A sensor sweep reveals a tiny settlement with signs of primitive industry and agriculture. Hail the signal. Your standard comms request gives no return. If there's a comms network or even an emergency survival unit on the surface, it's either damaged or it can't make a connection. Your comms officer tries more unconventional workarounds, from a suite of ancient standards used to ping drifting domain-era relics to the latest suite of underworld methods that would earn a stern look from any honest customs officer. Lossy but easily mistaken for background noise by sensor grids. All attempts are fruitless. Sir, we might have to make contact the old-fashioned way. Your comms officer reports apologetically. Well, get on the shuttle. Bring the swords. Step off the shuttle. The frosty ground. Ooh, give me a second. Surprising how many ways a jacket can get stuck on a chair. Anyway, you step off the shuttle, the frosty ground crunching beneath your boots. Your envirosuit has no trouble keeping you completely comfortable, despite the biting wind. Biting wind. Feel cold already. Settlement's about a kilometer off. You've landed at a polite distance, on a rocky plateau, to avoid disturbing some muddy gray field of some kind of agricultural effort. Approach. A party of the inhabitants wearing masks and hoods meets you halfway. Your guards, at the back, hold weapons slung. Standard domain fab carbines. Their clothing is repurposed utility forge cloth, the type used to line cargo bays and maintenance conduits. They wear adornments denoting status made of worn but well-polished military insignia. Winged phoenixes and stars. Hegemony crew survivors. And they've been here for a long time, from the looks of it. A leader steps forward, pulling off her goggles. Did we win? She asked. The first day I wore, or the second? Either way, the answer's no. The leader exchanges glances with her companions, taking in the implications of your words. You are invited to their settlement to continue your conversation out of the cold. These castaways have not forgotten the hospitality in their manner. Or perhaps their leader, an elder by the name of Alo Skirin, called Commander by her lieutenants, knows the wisdom of controlling the spread of potentially explosive news from the outside sector. We're led to a cluster of neat, low structures. Earthworks and hull panels spotted with forged glass and chimney. Streets are clean and the citizenry uniformed by job role. Despite fixing you with open stairs, they do not falter in their assignments. Commander Skirin welcomes you and your party into a central meeting hall. It is warm and festooned with hegemony paraphernalia. Uniforms, weapons, etched insignia from supply case lids. The hand-worked reverence brings to mind a ludic shrine that has undergone conversion to worship a martial god. You pretend to sip a wretched yeast-derived ersatz tea. Coffee, maybe? Given to you by Skirin's attendants. Continue on. You come from the core worlds, yes? Skirin asked. We must get back in contact with our proper chain of command. The protocol is commanded. Behind her, attendants and guards all mumble something in unison. Think you can catch the word protocols. Will you bring word of us to the Persian hegemony of the 14th Battle Group? They must have survived, yes? The protocols promise that you will be rewarded and we saved. Behind her, in unison, you hear intoned the words, reward and salvation. It's not quite the sing-song of group prayer. Now you can see the strange gleam in Skirin's eyes, as if she's looking up at the unwitting savior from her religion, and at the same time, something like fear, even panic. Under the mania, you are an outsider. Don't have outsiders here. Shed a little light. Catch her up on the current history of the sector. One of your guards passes you the satchel with datapads, preloaded with current affairs primers. Used by selvers on the fringe, these are kept up to date for a reasonable subscription fee and statistically proven to ensure an efficient transition into contemporary society for temporal refugees, including cryosleepers, D-civs, and castaways. Skirin and the others treat your datapads like holy artifacts, touching them delicately. They know, haltingly, how to use the interfaces, but it's clear that they have been cut off from sophisticated nanoforge output for a long, long time. You and a handful of senior officers take in their quiet discussion and reactions to the current state of affairs. Their linguistic drift is no worse than any cryo case you've met before. We thank you for this intel, Captain, Skirin says, handing a datapad back to you. Much has changed, but it brings me great satisfaction to know that command awaits us. Command is salvation, they say together, behind her. I'd like to ask some questions. The protocols allow for conditional intel sharing, Skirin says, giving you a hesitant look. Your candor is appreciated, so ask. Tell me, how did your people come to live in this place? Thankful for your own openness, Commander Skirin seems pleased to share the story of her settlement. We are descended from the crews of a hegemony flotilla active during the Great AI War. The first AI War, as you call it, Skirin explains. None of the original crew survive, for it has been over 100 cycles since planetfall. We have maintained continuity of command. She touches the crest attached to her uniform, As per hegemony cutoff protocols, the protocols are survival. The protocols are life. They say together, behind her. Moving delicately away from the subject of protocols, you inquire about the details of the lost crew's survival. Skirin tells of building infrastructure to survive the elements, of assembling a crude industrial and bioproductive base using survival manuals, scrap materials, and the simple nanoforges they could adapt from the remains of their fleet. Their story is one of remarkable endurance and adaptability. Grist of countless genre holodramas. You get the feeling, however, that Skirin is holding something back. So, what happened to your ships? Aaron's face goes into a blank, just following Order's expression, you know very well. Protocol forbids me from discussing strategic matters in the time of war. I would need authorization from Command. Command is salvation, they say together, behind her. But, she pauses, looking troubled. I will say this much. We faced great danger. You should be watchful. Feel that there is some danger here that you're hinting at, but not telling me about. Skirin gives you another of her blank looks, wrestling with the demands of protocols. After a moment's consideration, compassion eases her expression. Protocol forbids me to reveal intel, Skirin says. But it is a known fact that our ancestors came here to fight Tritachion's AI war fleets. They are not limited, as we are, by the human lifespan. Her gaze goes upward for a moment, toward the fearful skies. One of her lieutenants uses the lull to speak up. A cycle ago, the lights in the sky. Don't know what those were, Skirin shouts to silence the lieutenant. Rewards them with a look that promises disciplinary action. She turns back to you, composed. There may be someone or something still out there and operational. Her sensors are not sophisticated. She taps next to her eye. That is all we can say. Could you tell me more about these protocols? Yes, of course, she nods. They are the regulations which we adhere to. They ensure continuity of the mission. We have followed the protocols for many. She looks back at her retinue, who have started mumbling something prayer-like, and gives a brief wave of admonition. They go quiet, and Skirin turns back to you. For over 100 cycles, we have followed the manuals and retaught the training of our ancestors. We follow the orders left for us to carry out, until we receive orders otherwise. This is as it must be. Behind her, you hear a chorus of reverent eyes in affirmation. Oh, hello there. I did, in fact, find a couple of good ones. So far. Still got at least 3 more corners of the sector to go check out, but we've got one. So far. Continuing on with the questions. Do you want to stay here? It is our duty. Skirin exchanges a glance with her lieutenants. Till we receive orders otherwise. Although, she deliberates for a moment with her advisors, then turns back to you. Assuming medical technology is available in the core world, we would send some of our number with advanced conditions for treatment. Command will make arrangements for their well-being, I am certain. And, after an awkward pause, appropriate payment will be made to you as well, I am sure. Some bag rock, most good rock, but few great rocks. And those are the prize. We will make arrangements to take on the medical cases. Send off a quick order to your purser to coordinate intake of certain medical cases from the colony of Sentinel. Your suffering due to gaps in technological access and the harsh environment are, upon review, appalling. Like something out of a grim historical hollow about old Earth, or scene of the underclass on one of the poorer core worlds. Hive planets. Not even once. We're escorted to the rim of the rocky plateau, where your shuttle awaits. Skirin reminds you again to return to Hegemony space and tell Command about Sentinel. About to step aboard, you notice a stark white fragment of bone in a gravely rill. You pause in your step. It must be a fibula or tibia, maybe. Suspected the protocols would demand orderly containment of the honored dead. So this, whatever it was done many cycles ago. Okay, thanks for the follow. You funny man, you. Just like the gameplay. Aim incorrect. Makes it more entertainment that way. I don't know what I'm doing. My enemy can certainly not anticipate my further actions. And that's where the single Proteus tanker comes in. Oh hey, another follow. Doing numbers today. It said, it is appreciated. Right. So there's this system to check out. Oh, and I was saying that I had the better system over here that had some good stuff. This one right here. It doesn't have the best habitable planet, but if I get some soil nanites, I can boost it up, and then eventually fix the cold problem with a fusion lamp. It's kind of a long way out from there though. But it also has a pretty decent gas giant with plentiful volatiles. And it also has this one, an extreme heat, no atmosphere planet. So I'd have the 3 planets I want with big industry. But again, that's assuming I don't find a better one. Although, might not happen because there's also the cryo sleeper right there. Yeah, half decent. It's not perfect, but nothing ever is. Anyway, where am I going? Oh, right. What does the cryo sleeper do? Not sure if I can see it from this menu. Let me try to select it. I can't. I think the simplest way to explain it would actually be somewhere in here. That's the illustration for it. And this is the thing you can build on the planets that are nearby. I'll just read it out. An enormous tomb-like vault, built to store those who choose to risk cryosleep to pass the time. I misread that. Who choose to risk cryosleep to pass this time of troubles, to wake in what will presumably be a more civilized age. Cryopods themselves are insignificant in size compared to the many times redundant support infrastructure. Massive automated security systems and anti-ship batteries, all housed in a branching subsurface fortress labyrinth. Which doesn't really explain it. Also, I don't think this is the same thing. But yeah, Adion in the chat has it right. It's a big population growth buff. It's pretty good. But the way it works is anything within 10 light years from it, which is these planets, those well, systems, not planets, but like all the systems in like a bubble around it can get access to it. I'm just lucky enough that it's in the same system. But yeah, it's very good for getting a colony started because you can boost the population way up real quick. Start making money instead of losing it. Alright, got all the planets here discovered. There's just this one totally normal asteroid field over here. Sure, there's nothing there. Of a domain error probe. Special modifications on the Pathracar. Whatever you want to call it. Skip that one. Someone approaching over there. Pirates. What's the pirates doing here? Also, yes, this is vanilla. Entirely vanilla. Yeah, you better run. Never mind, he just looped back around, flew right into my arms. Well, if you insist. Let's go all out. Don't think I'm gonna catch up with him. A lot of rocks in this field. Just a little bump. Really didn't have to go that overkill on them, but that's the past. Can't change it. Anyway, your fleet approaches a hidden cache. Cache hidden at a deep well inside a large asteroid, with no indication of what might be found inside. Your fleet maneuvers close to the asteroid. Your sensors officers gives a shout of alarm. Bogies are spilling out of the asteroid. Clouds of loosely piled regolith and stealth sheaf panels spinning away as they are caught by thruster burst. The angular forms of Domain 14 battlegroup hulls appear. Veteran ships, judging by the obvious field repairs. The IDs are automatically tagged and collated into the tactical display. You have no time to ask why a ghost fleet from the first day I wore has ambushed you. Lots of cool stuff there. Time to break it. So there's the two big main targets. I've gone through the colony crisis stuff in a previous playthrough. I have, actually. Not all the different ones. Dealt with the pirates, Tritachyon, Hegemony. I don't think I've pissed off the church before. Not sure what their deal is. Well, I've got a pretty good idea, just haven't experienced it. Guys are definitely a bit more relentless than the average hegemony ships. Things are looking good over here. Looking good over there. I just have to not die. take out the Legion first. These champions are not holding up very well. Doesn't seem to be a good day for it. Easy peasy. Receive a disturbing post-battle report from your tech officer. The command and control centers of the 14th Battle Group ships you fought appear to have been modified to enable complete control of all systems by AI cores. Doesn't look like Tritachion work either. This was done by the Hegemony. And you are right, these are all unique. So I'll have to scrap a few ships to make room, but I've got room for those two for sure. Better ones, however, I think I'm not gonna bother with them. The rock that the autonomous fleet was defending is pocked with hiding holes, empty, and fuel and supply stores, also empty. After a thorough sensor sweep, your ops chief finally gives the order, and the Salvers move in to uncover a camouflaged access point. A shaky image from a helmet cam reveals the carapace of terrestrial death, glittering in the chaotic play of suit lamps. One planet killer. Your ops chief cuts the excited chatter between Salvers with a harsh word, and they return to procedural call and response. The planet killer is soon secured in your flagship. A lost planet killer is an object of dread, which looms over every human in the Persean sector. It is the bane of Opus, of Hanan Pacha. In the other world, such atrocity was unleashed upon. Many a powerful faction will want to secure this weapon so that they may not be dethroned in a shock atrocity. And many a minor faction will want to use it to secure respect and protection. The Lord only knows what the Pathers would do with it, to say nothing of pirates. And it's all mine. Alright. Let's Let's get rid of these ventures. I could modify him about here, but there is that gantry over by the planet. All the way over there. And what's that over there? Cargo pod. Your fleet approaches Sentinel gantries. Collection of makeshift gantries is barely worth description as a dockyard, though it has obviously served as a one-off site to perform rapid work on a flotilla of large starships. Very large. Hegemony. Old work, your ops chief says with a grunt. First day I'd war, I'd wager. This is where the crews that settled on Sentinel must have salvaged elements of their fleet, and converted others. Your sensors officer runs a scan, then calls for your attention. Sir, there are some abandoned ships in the debris. Looks to be Battle Group 14 vintage. Well, let's have a look. Seems kinda shit. I'll just leave those there. Here, have some more metal. Could load this up with just purple, but how about a couple of heavy fighters? Round it out. Got built-in missile racks, so they'll shoot slower than typical. Could just throw a couple of squalls on there. And even the Alpha cores don't have missile specialty. They shouldn't worry too much about the missiles. Oh wait, you can change the skills? Yeah, button literally right there. Isn't that handy? Yeah, that's more like it. What's the worst that could happen? We'll integrate and you get one more skill. Increases its level by 1, grants additional skill. After being integrated, the core cannot be removed by any means short of scuttling the ship. You have a couple of cores. Not gonna do that just yet. No. I think I'm gonna want to use this more as a carrier rather than its actual combatant. How about more point defense? Oh hey, thanks for the follow. Numbers going up today. Autocannon. All this thing has to do is stay away. Let the bombers do the work. I already got 780 peak performance. Goes up to 1,140. Don't think it'll be that important. Alright, gonna give it a test run. Not quite an even fight, but close enough. Now that I think about it, it should lose this one. Let's see how long it lasts. Kinda just looks like a stalemate so far. Not sure if it's counting the I-core I told to leave in there. Alright, seen enough. Leave it as is. Now you. It's got that heavy armor. Not have a matching Devastator. I apologize if this loadout looks kinda crap. I usually don't really do much with onslaughts. It's not really my thing, you know. Too bad it doesn't have a free slot. Love to stick the expanded magazine built in on this. So I'm pretty sure it works with the thermal pulse cannon. Pretty sure. Lots of points left over. Most of the medium mount stuff I have doesn't really need the range bonus. Gonna skip the rangefinder. Just make it a little bit faster. Don't need to give it missile spec, but I do want to give it ordnance. See how it does. Also, I am going way over that estimate I had. 30 minutes my ass. Seems to be winning. It might take a while. So, out of curiosity, what does he have? Bunch of annihilators, 2 devastators, black cannons. I think that's single machine guns. Bunch of autocannons. And then of course the built-ins. let's give this thing a different test. What happens when it gets swarmed? Put it up against 60 points of Remnant. Maybe I should have made it more than 60 points. Take a lot of damage. Might have to look at the weapons groups too. Seems to be switching through them a lot. Hit their armor, definitely works. But man, that thing is slow. And also he's not winning this one. Okay. Switch some stuff around. I don't want to put some real guns on the back, but then there'd be no PD protecting it. Let's try it out anyways. So this time, 80 points. It only took 75. The refunds. Yeah, first time I've built one actually. Well, technically not true, but this is the most I've used one ship so far. And by one ship I mean Onslaught. It's doing some stress testing right now. The rear-mounted hyper-velocity cannons don't seem to be great. Failed to take any of them down. But he did get pounded on quite hard. Stick the machine guns back on there. And that's good enough. Alright. Oh yeah, I'm not terribly worried about the demods because I do have the restoration. Save on that money. Although, maybe I've been saving too much. No such thing. Anyway, let's go ask some more questions. Restoration doesn't work on the unique automated hulls. Ah. Well, good thing I have the spare cash. Unless if I can't fix it. In which case, I'll just kinda see how it does. Might bench it later. Anyway. Land at a polite distance on a rocky plateau. Same thing as first time. Have you brought word of our survival to command? Skirin asked, trying very hard not to convey her impatience. It is essential that we report our intel and receive orders. Duty is survival. Command is salvation. Her attendants murmur behind her. Ah, so cannot fix at all. Noted. I'll probably have to make sure it doesn't explode in combat then. Unless if it also can't get new demods. And might have to save scum a little bit if I want to use them. Don't have to, but I probably will. Can't get new ones. Good to know. No new options. Oh, here it is. Consider certain discoveries you've made. Established. Although open to a certain amount of information sharing, you suspect that you'll get little information of immediate value out of Skirin due to her adherence to the protocols. I found the bomb. Her eyes go wide, but Skirin manages to control her voice. I cannot speak to that, sir, she says, face stiff. I also found your robot chips. I cannot confirm or deny any fact or inference you may suggest, sir. Skirin says. As you can see, we do not have spacefaring capabilities here, and I am forbidden from discussing even historical operations until such a time as they have been declassified by command. She crosses her arms. I suggest we speak of other matters. I don't think this is gonna go anywhere. Alright. Let's take a better look at these now that I know these are permanent. Bad engines, bad power grid, structural damage. Not great, but it does kind of fit in with what I wanted to do with this anyway, which is sit in the back, be a bomb truck. Actually, maybe I should just give it more bombs. And this one, bad engines, bad shields, faulty power grid, bad subsystems. Oh, if you say it's a good roll, I'll take your word for it. Does have the positive built-in mods. 3 of them instead of 2. Yeah, I'll use these for a while. See how it goes. I better hurry up and get all the way to the corner of the sector. Gonna run out of drink at this rate. Standard Mark 1 rock. Slightly above standard. Still a rock. Need me a ship with a tow hook big enough to drag a planet. Nothing exciting in this one. But the next one. I got the feeling it's gonna be more interesting. Know how this usually goes. That's kind of far away. I don't like it. There is the black hole and the gas giant between me and it. Just gonna stay here until I see it. At this range though, it's gonna approach fast. Maybe it's already being blocked. Stop being a weenie. I quick saved just earlier. It'll be fine. But there it is. So I was out of range. It's kinda big. Add dash. Science lab. Unfortunate. Still have one planet over there. Should be out of range of it. I need a second now. Can't really explain why they freak me out so much, but they sure do. Furthest planet or system to the right. It's gotta be good stuff here. You know, unlike the last one. Domain era mothership. Seems to have a few more protectors than usual, but should be easy. Send in the bots and the clowns. And me. Avoid the shrapnel. He seems to have burnt his armor off the front. Wonder how that happened. Not the best damage. Doesn't need the best alpha, just needs good sustain. Look away for like 2 minutes, and you do this. At least I'm not gonna lose any crew for that. That one, yes. I should have brought the Odysseys. Just a little bit more. Good enough. Takes about a little bit less than 100 to repair. Remarkable. Hey, catalytic core. I already had one. Yeah, fourth one. Might have to start selling those. Oh, don't think there's a coronal hypershunt here. Maybe I just didn't get close enough. More probes. Wrong button. Just another marble. Alright, so that's all of that. Kinda tempted to keep going. Got enough supplies, got enough fuel. Starting to run kinda low. I'll get these two nebulas. And probably hop back over to the core world, sell all the extra stuff, and then that's gonna be the end of the stream. Way off with that original estimate. Well, unsurprisingly, the system around the blue supergiant isn't all that great. Or maybe I'm just not looking at it right. Romance. Good name. Klabauterman. Better name. Kinda doubt I'm gonna find anything better than what I've already found. The systems always seem to be tucked in the corner anyway. This one, it's kinda nice. But again, tow hook. Planetary tow hook. Hell, just stick a giant booster on it. Make it part of my fleet. Nothing suspicious going on in the Dagon system. Nothing at all. Kinda hoping to find more dudes to explode. You know, test out the new stuff. Might get what I wanted. Interesting planet you've got here. Whole bunch of organs. Exciting. Some marines. For food. 2 orbital habitats, and the best I could get is some drugs. A lot of boats. Atlas class. It's kind of fucked up right now. I'll just buy one at the store instead. I do have this Colossus I should probably replace with another Atlas. Eventually. Alright, now there's just a bunch of cargo pods everywhere. And pirates are doing shit. Right, one nebula down. Next one. One probe. Survey ship over there. Not a lot of good systems all of a sudden. Your AI core. Add it to the stack. Quick loop around. At Lieutenant Venus Centauran aboard. And the skills you got. No field modulation, no helmsmanship, no pay. Under Lonely Rock. Something on the other side of the star. Another probe. I want it. Those look a little bit different. Or is it just me? Probably just me. Send in... you guys. And you. Text on the top left. Also, the AA core seems pretty fond of the ramming maneuver. Which normally I would be too. But that's a carrier. Well, battle carrier. But still a carrier. Maybe I should give it short-range fighters. Always locked on fearless. Should definitely build for that in mind. Could just give it like tridents or something with the defensive targeting, whatever it's called. And that way it'll just have extra missiles. As long as they don't get blown up. Interesting spot for all the jump points. Also, supposedly, there is survey ship orbiting a toxic world. Should be easy to find. There's something over there. What it is. It's a probe. Don't think I want it that bad. More probes. Think I'm done here. Back to the core. Highway. This should be close enough. Pretend we do not hear it. Swing by the pirate base. Cause they always want organs. All the damn time. Alright. Offload all of this on the black market. Well, maybe not all the... Hey. Where'd my transplutonics go? I traded them. Probably don't have to carry around so many, but I will anyways. I'll worry about the blueprints later. Alright, restocked, just need fuel, but that's gonna have to be for next time. Alright. Went a little bit longer than I said it was gonna go, but it's the third time I repeat it, which is usually a sign of shut up. So I will. But anyways, hopefully that was a good stream. See ya.